Good morning. Good morning, Artwork Studios. How are you doing? Good to see you. Why don't you step on into my office this morning? Come on in. Good morning, good morning. We're getting ready to get the day started. Let's see. Got our music. My microphone. I think my microphone's okay. Double check the level. Yeah, that's fine. Turn down my music just a tad bit. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Artwork Studios? Hello, 6-7. How are you? Good to see you, Alaska. Hope you're doing well this morning. All right, what are we doing? Hold on. Sorry, I was answering somebody in my Discord. You made a tetra drizzling? What the hell is that? I don't even know what that is. Tetra Hisling. We're gonna search it up. Tetrahydroline? What? That's not the same thing. Tetrahydroline in 4x4 matrix. Okay, it looks like the internet thinks you're talking about a medicine, which doesn't seem right for the context of C# and C++. But that's what the internet's coming up with. Good morning, Arvin. How are you? Good to see you. All right, we're going to try to do part 2 of day 3. Apparently, part 2 of day 3 is hard. So I'm feeling a little intimidated, but we'll see if we can't stumble through it this Saturday morning. We'll see how it goes. Worst case scenario, the Reddit threads will help us. Good morning, Lazarus. Good to see you. Good morning, Butterscotch. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope life's treating you well. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. All right, let's get things set up here. Also, did everything? Hold on. Yeah. Okay, Discord bot posted to Discord. We pinned a message. We should probably double check the member count first. Just real quick. Still just have 9 members. That's good. That's what we had last time. Good to be here. Still don't know anything about coding, but happy to be here. Well, that's totally fine, man. You can just hang out for the vibes. We are totally fine with that. All kinds are welcome here. Let's go ahead and get check out. Well, actually, hold on. Let's do AOC. Let's download day 3 again, because that will have the updated part in it. And then let's open NeoVim. No, let's not open NeoVim. Let's get checkout. Let's do get checkout B, and we're gonna solve day 3 part D. Part dos. Part D. What political issue should we solve this stream? I don't know. World hunger, or I guess world hunger, world peace. Let's see what else. We could figure out how to get Ukraine and Russia to stop fighting. Maybe we could figure out how to reduce tension between China and the U.S. over the island known as Taiwan. I mean, we could get real into the weeds. Did you guys see that React server component CVE that happened this week? Did y'all see that? I guess Cloudflare had an outage trying to fix it yesterday. Was anybody impacted by that? 6.7. I have a GitHub for my noob code, but at least someone looked at it and corrected some of the issues. Oh, that's awesome, dude. And there's nothing wrong with noob code, man. It's still code, especially if it works. Nothing wrong with that. Let's see. Cloudflare, React, RSC, CVE. Yeah, I guess this was like 2 days ago. They put a patch in to protect against this, and then it ended up taking them down somehow. Which is just like, how shitty is that, right? Somebody else introduces a vulnerability. You try to do what you can to prevent it, and then you end up causing an outage. I wonder who the engineer was that was like, oh yeah, we can definitely fix this by parsing the body. A subset of customers were impacted, accounting for approximately 28% of all HTTP traffic served by Cloudflare. Eesh, yikes. Oh, China was exploiting this? I hadn't seen this. Multiple China-linked hacking groups, including Earth, Lamia, and Jackpot Panda. I've not heard of these hacking groups, but those are quite the names. Huh. Yeah, I couldn't believe that when I heard that yesterday. I was like, oh god, man, that would suck. You try to do something good, and then you end up fucking taking another black eye because of it. RSC vulnerability. Yeah, there's some sort of. Let me see if I can find the link to the actual CVE. React CVE. There we go. This is the React. There's two. There's one for Next.js and there's one for React. So a pre-authentication remote code execution vulnerability exists in React Server Components version 19, 19.1, 19.2, 19.1, 19.2, including the following packages: React Server DOM Parcel, React Server DOM TurboPack, and React Server DOM Webpack. The vulnerable code unsafely deserializes payloads from HTTP requests to server function endpoints. So yeah, people can use your React Server components to run code on your machine arbitrarily, which is pretty crazy. If your app's React code does not use a server, your app is not affected by this vulnerability. If your app does not use a framework bundler or bundler plugin that supports RSC, your app is not affected by this vulnerability. Well, I guess today I'm happy I'm not doing anything with server components. Yeah. Crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. There's always someone out there hacking, trying to get us. That's what happens when they vibe code in prod. I mean, it would be really interesting to know how that got introduced, but it's probably very complicated if I had to guess. C++ interop to C# isn't too hard until the program randomly decides to compile shaders in uncompiled, and then I lost you. So this whole C++ interop to C# thing, this is 6-7 Alaska. You're like the second person or third person in the last couple weeks that has asked me about this. I've literally never had to work with C++ in any of the C# development I've done. Is this something that comes up when you're developing like native applications or games or something, when you have to use C++? Because I've never had to do that. But then again, I've never done any game development in C# or any real native development in C#. Azzy, teach me keycloak. Azzy, why don't you join the Discord, and in the coding channel, why don't you explain what you're looking to learn about keycloak? I mean, I don't really know what there is to learn about it. You just set it up in a Docker container and expose it over domain publicly so that you can access it. Or I mean, you could also expose it just within a private network for your app to use. But you run it in a Docker container and then you use it. So I mean, they have an API, they have a GUI, right? Just like any identity provider, but then they have an API that your app can use to interact with it. So I'm not sure. I mean, you can actually just use it like a single sign-on. Like you can just set up keycloak, manage your roles, users, and groups in keycloak, and then you can just use this as like a identity provider and just set up SAML-based SSO for your app. I'm just not sure how to help. Like, it's just such a broad description of like, teach me keycloak. I don't even know what to tell you about it or what you want to know about it. So maybe join our Discord and share some more details, and maybe we'll be able to help you. Keycloak is like, if you know what Intra ID is, or if you know what Okta is, Keycloak is very similar to that. It's basically an open source identity and access management solution. A lot of people in the .NET space will use it as a way to provide login locally and with other providers using Keycloak. It's pretty common in the .NET space. I haven't seen it used much outside. I've seen it used a few times in enterprise settings, but Primarily, it's identity provider. Good morning, Stefan. Good to see you, man. Thanks for being a member. We appreciate you. I think you might be the only member up there with a number 2 by your name. So thank you very much. We're going to try to solve admin code today. Or a part of admin code today. We'll see how that goes. All right, let's read part 2. So part 1, we solved, but we solved it. I'm not sure we solved it the right way, but let's see. Okay, the escalator doesn't move. The elf explains that it probably needs more joltage to overcome the static friction of the system and hits the big red joltage limit safety override button. You lose count of the number of times she needs to confirm yes, I'm sure, and decorate the lobby a bit while you wait. Could be a cool project to get my PC into this. Get your PC into what? You can make almost anything with C++ except interrupting to high-density CS code. Managing 50 individual classes is okay, but I'm starting to branch to 6,000 different classes just to make one. Huh. Man, it sounds like you're deep in the weeds, 6-7 Alaska. Deep in the weeds, man. Ashuto. Good morning, Ashuto. How are you? Good to see you. Stefan, look at Discord. I don't see anything. I see nothing. Oh, hold on. I don't know. Stefan, I'm suspicious of that link. That just take a screenshot. That link looks suspicious to me. My my IT security. Kevin Mitnick is standing over my shoulder saying, "Steven, we don't click links from people on the internet." AOC Part 1. Open a file. Part 2. Red program that solves world hunger. That's what it feels like some days. That's what it feels like. But man, is it... Once you hit pay dirt, like, once you actually solve the problem, that dopamine rush, man. Whew, nothing like it. Stefan, bro, it's like an eBay here. Okay, I'll trust you. Why this famous last words, man. Famous last words. Oh, it's just a computer? But I can't read anything on that website. I see it's a computer. Yeah, man. Let's go. I guess you're gonna try to migrate stuff in there? That sounds like a good plan to me. Alright, now we need to make the largest joltage by turning on exactly 12 batteries within each bank. The jolted output for the bank is still the number formed by the digits of the batteries we turned on. The only difference is that now there will be 12 digits in each bank's joltage output instead of 2. Consider again the example from before. Now the joltages are much larger. Yes, they are very large. So, okay. So like you can kind of see here, right? Like there's 15, I think there's 15 numbers. Yeah, there's 15 numbers, I think. And so they basically took, yeah, so this is the part that I think gets me kind of fucked up is how they do this. So you do 8, okay, we take that. 1, we take that. 1, we take that. 1, we take that. 1, we take that. We take that, we take that, we take that, we take that. But we don't take this, and we don't take this, and we don't take this. Okay. Okay, so for the first thought I have in my mind, yeah, Stefan, I think that case looks good, man. Get the case. Yeah, turn your PC retro, go for it. I think it could be great. See you, Butterscotch. Thanks for stopping in, man. Appreciate it. Okay, so the first thing that strikes me about this problem, I am not 6'7" Alaska. I know nothing about such APIs. I wish I could be more helpful. The first thing that strikes me about problem or part 2 compared to part 1 is it's the same. They're asking for the same thing, but with a different number of batteries, which makes me think that we probably should be able to solve the part 1 and the part 2 with the same algorithm. However, I think with the way that I implemented part 1's algorithm, that's not going to be possible, honestly. So, I think we might need to go back and revisit how we're doing part 1, and that might be the unlock for part 2. So, let's look at our bank here. Oh, also, I don't need this to do anymore. Forgot that that was there. Okay, so our approach with part 1 was unused right to field index. Okay, so our solution to part 1 was basically we find the max of the cells and then we go either direction, right? Let me think about how that would work if we came back to this one. Let's get this number real quick. So if we increased it to 2, how would we solve it with our current approach? So we'd find 9. Clip them. Thanks for subscribing. Appreciate it. Morning, 2 Main Army. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. So currently what we're doing is we're finding 9. Then we look left, and the highest to the left is 8. So previously this was an 89 answer, right? This is 89, yeah. Because there's nothing to the right. Now, yeah, this isn't going to work because basically we'd have to loop every time, wouldn't we? So, okay, so if we went left, I don't like this song. If we went left, we found 8. Then we have to find the next max, right? So from 8, we're going to go right or left. Then from that max, we're going to go left or right. I think that this solution is untenable. So I think we need to revisit how we arrive at this answer to begin with. Gotta blow my nose real quick, hold on. Aw, dude, I'm sorry, Ducky Dev, that you had to delay your launch. That's no fun. Alright, so I think there's a way... for us to solve this in one iteration. So let's say we start with this number, right? And let's get myself an arrow here. And let's say I start, whoops, what do I do? And I start looking at 8, right? We know we always want to maximize the left spot. So I think what we could do is I think we could use a slice, right? To keep track of the numbers. So we know at the end of the day we need to add up with we know at the end of the day we need to end up with, in this case, 12, but let's just say it's 2 in the first part. We know we need to end up with 2 numbers here. Or I guess we don't have to end up with just 2, but at least 2. At least 2. And so if we did something like I think if we did something like a stack, right? Stack is last in, first out. So let's just say I find 8. Let's say, okay, there's nothing in my stack, so I find 8, right? Okay, so I find 8. 8 goes in. Wonderful. Now, if I'm moving along again, so 1 is less than 8, so 1 would get pushed, or not pushed, but like appended. Basically, it would pre-pended. It basically gets put on the top of the slice, right? Because again, this is last in, first out, I think is what we want here. I think. I don't even know if that matters. I don't even know if the order matters, because basically what I'm saying is that as we go from number to number, we can always check to see if 1 is greater than the whatever number is here, because you can imagine this is the value we want to maximize, right? This should be these values should be the one we want to maximize. I think. And then let's just say we have a whole bunch more 1s, right? I don't know how many that is. That's a lot more 1s. Then we get all the way down to 9. And we check to see, okay, well, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So right here we're at 12 digits, right? So we would end up at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this is the part where I'm not sure how we. So if we know we've reached capacity. So if we know, like, okay, 8, 1, 1, 1, 1. 9, 10. If we know we reach capacity in our stack, then we can't add this. We can't add these. But how do we know we can't add them? I guess just based on the length. Okay, let me try a different number to see if this line of thinking holds. So let's say we have this number. This was the one that tripped us up. Was it this one? I think it was this one that tripped us up, wasn't it? No, I think it was this one. What does tidy up mean again? Tidy up means like clean up after yourself, like make things nice and organized. Okay. So if we start here, we would add 2, 3. 3 is greater than 2. So we remove 2 and we put 3 in its place. 4 is greater than 3. So we'd put 4. 2 is less than 4, so we push 2. 3 is greater than 2. So do we remove 2 and then put 3 in its place? So that's where we basically have to keep track of, like, we know there's only 15 numbers here. So we have to keep track of how many we've removed, because if we remove too many, right, well then we're fucked. We can't fill it. So we need to do some math. We need to do some sort of math that's like 15 minus the number of digits that we want to have on in the bank. So in this case, if it was 2, that means we can remove 13 digits, theoretically. Right? This is painful! Why can't I? Code only has to make sense to yourself, then you branch it after cleanup. Yeah, I would say if it's just your project, the code only needs to make sense to you. If it's a bigger project, then the code needs to make sense to everyone. Or maybe a majority of the people that are going to work on it. Okay. I'm not sure though how with this train of thought that I have, I don't understand how you get here. All right, let me try to take one of these examples through this full manual thinking and see if the algorithm appears for us. Let's start with this guy. Because I do think there is an algorithm here, and it doesn't seem as complicated as my brain is trying to make it, but there does seem like there's a it does seem like there's a solution here. Okay, so let's imagine our stacks over here. I do think the order matters though, because that's how we're figuring out what's in the what's in the leftmost places versus the right most places. So I do think order matters. All right, so we start our loop and we say, okay, we start our loop here and we say, great, how many digits have we selected? We've selected 0, right? So the length of the, let's say the length of chosen, we'll call this C. Oops, how do I, length of C. Why is that text so small by default? Okay, so the length of C, which stands for chosen, is 0. So we know we can safely put things in there, right? So let's put 2 in there. Whoops. I don't want those to be connected. So let's put 2 in there. Now, 2, now let's move to the next iteration, okay? So we know we need 12, and we only have 1 in there, so we can add stuff to it. However, 3 is greater than 2, so we actually would rather have our numbers start with 3. Okay, so I think that's our first. So our first logic is check length of chosen and see if it is less than desired num of batteries. Okay, that's the first thing we do. If it is, then check if last spot in the slice is less than the current number, which that's what we're doing here. So okay, so if it is, right, so the first iteration, the answer is basically that, hey, well, 2 is greater than, right, 2 is not less than nothing being in here. So in that case, we're going to, what are we going to do? In that case, we're going to add number to top of stack. Okay. If it is if it isn't, meaning it's greater than, then what we want to do is we basically want to replace 3, right? So for here, what we really want to do is we actually want to remove 2. We don't want to do this, right? So what we don't want to do is we don't want to do this, because this 2 was before the 3, so it can't appear after. So we actually have to remove it, right? So maybe we need another slice of removed. Whoops. I know this is very exciting. There's lots of coding going on here. But this is the only way I can make sense of this. This is beyond my data structures and algorithm skill set. Good morning, Volsier. Good to see you. How's AOC been going? Yeah, AOC has been going well. Definitely some difficult problems in just the first 3 days, in my opinion, but we're slogging through it. This program is just, we're trying to come up with a solution to an admin of code problem, which the admin of code problem is in the description, or you can go to the website here if you want to learn more. We're solving day 3, part 2, which is basically day 3, part 2 is the same as part 1, only in part 2 you can turn on more batteries. In part 1 you could only turn on 2. In part 1 you can only turn on 2 batteries. In part 2 you can turn on 12 batteries. So this is removed. Okay, but we need at the end of the day we need this to equal 12, right? So we kind of have a constraint here, right? Because this needs, at the end of the day, we need 12 batteries here. This number only has 15 digits. This number only has 15 cells for us to consider, right? Which means if we do that swap, if we take 2 out of our chosen and set it aside because we want to put 3 as the first number, we've lost the ability to use this 2 forever. There's no way to go back. So which means now the potential number of digits we have left is only 14. And what does that mean, Stephen? Why is that important? Why is that important? It's important because if we kept doing that, if we kept doing that action of removing from the bottom or replacing, basically, if we did it too many times, we could end up in a situation where, let's say we have 6 cells in our chosen and we only have 4 digits left to look at. Though that would mean we can't make our 12 banks that we need. So yeah, so what we could do is we could have another variable that's basically like remaining, and remaining is the calculation we looked at earlier where we're basically saying, hey, remaining is equal to, whoops, why is that Excalibur being difficult to work in right now? I think it's more my mouse that's the issue. So remaining would be equal to the length of the cell minus the length of the removed. Oh, actually, hold on. Actually, a better way to do this would be allowed removes left, right? So a better way to do this is we could say length minus cell minus C. So that would tell us how many we're allowed to remove, right? And then we could do that minus R. So this would tell us how many are left for us to remove. Okay. I think let me pause here and let me switch over to the code because I think I can do this. So let's get rid of this real quick. We're just gonna completely wholesale change this implementation. So we're gonna do return 0, and then let's set up some state here. No, Copilot, I don't want your help. Let's set up some state here to track the solution. So we are gonna loop over. Hey, thanks 67 Alaska. That is way too kind, man.
Free code finds the problem.
Oh, sorry, I spoke in the middle of that. I forgot that we have text to speech on. I talked over you. Hold on, let me replay that for you.
Best bug-free code finds the problem.
That's way too kind, 67 Alaska. That is super, super kind. Thank you very much. Any advice for a 25-year-old trying to get into tech? I think the only thing that matters if you're trying to get in is you just got to crack the door. However you can get in, that's all that matters. Whether that's in support, whether that's in their mail room, there's not even such a thing as a mail room anymore. But basically what I'm trying to say is when you're not in it, I think and you want to be in it, assuming you want to be in it. Some people are going to say they don't want to be in it. But assuming you want to be in it, the number one thing is you got to get in, regardless of your existing skill set, right? Don't be picky about the job. Don't be picky about the position. Just get your foot in the door. Then, once you're through the door, you can figure out, okay, I want to be a developer, I want to work on product, I want to do something on the business side, I want to be a sales engineer, right? Then you can kind of figure out what to do after, but the first thing to do is get in the door. When I said get in, I mean move to America. Oh, that I don't know. I've never traveled that road before, you know? I've only ever lived in the United States and never had to do anything related to immigration like that. So I'm really not sure what advice to give you. I know I had a coworker when I was a food scientist. I had a coworker that had come over to the United States to do her graduate degree at the University of Missouri in food science. She was originally from China. So she did her bachelor's in China, then she came here on a student visa to study, and then after she got her graduate degree, she got hired on at our company, and then I think our company helped sponsored her for a work visa, if I remember right. I think that's how it was with her, but yeah, I'm just not sure of all the technical details involved in that. Maybe somebody in my Discord might be able to give you some advice. I don't know. That's tough. That's tough, man. I'm sorry. I wish I had better advice. Okay, so we're gonna have to loop. We're gonna range over b.cells like this. And we want to there's a few things we want to keep track of, right? So we're going to introduce a new variable here called num of banks, or no, num of cells. Num of cells to turn on. Like that, maybe? Bug-free code for only C#. Dude, I've never written any bug-free code in my life, but I'm happy to encourage people to like and subscribe to the stream because maybe that will lead to bug-free code. All right, so this is where I think we need to keep track of some stuff, right? So we're gonna have the length of our cell, or the length of our bank. So we'll have bank length is going to be length of b.cells. That's a static number. It never needs to change. Then we're going to have turned on. Cells turned on. This is going to be a slice. Not a slice, an int. Then we're also going to have one that's cells removed, like this. And then there's a difference between the bank's length and the number of cells to turn on. So if we do cells, number of cells we can remove. So this would be the bank length to start with, would be the bank length minus the cells removed. No, cells to turn on. So in this case, or the length of the cells to turn on. Number. Yeah. So let's do it for instance to kind of have our code have some context. So let's say we're working with this number. Let's say we're working with this number. Is this language you're using, or what coding language is this? This is Go. This is Go. So it kind of, people have told me it's very C looking, which I haven't written any C, so I don't honestly know. I just take their word for it. And let's say the number of cells here is 2. Number of cells to turn on equals 2. So this would equal length of b.cells equals 15. Cells equals this, which means the number of cells we can remove becomes 12 or 15 minus 2, which means theoretically we can do 12 removals if we'd like to. We don't have to, but we can. And so the first thing we're gonna do it's Gyps. Hey, I really like your YouTube shorts. First time I've caught you live. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. All those shorts are pretty much clips from the stream, so maybe you'll like the stream too. So thanks for being here. What should I order for McDonald's for lunch? Well, you can't go wrong with a McChicken. I mean, Relatively cheap, crispy and crunchy. Can't go wrong there. They're not $1 like they used to be though. There used to be a thing at McDonald's called the dollar menu. Back in the glory days. Okay, let's go back to the notes we had here. So the first thing we do, check length of chosen and see if it is less than the desired number of batteries. Why does that matter? It matters for a reason. But I'm not sure why it matters. What I really want to do is I want to say current Man, I felt like I was on track, and now I feel like I've completely lost it. Yeah, the McValue menu. I don't know if I ever had the McValue menu, but I definitely had the dollar menu. This can't be as complicated as I'm making it. Right? I don't know. Pablo said this was hard, so maybe I shouldn't feel bad. Okay. Here's the initial logic that I'm thinking that we need to implement. So the first thing we need to do is we need to say cells turned on at length cells. Oh no. Yeah, because I want the last spot in it, right? So this would be I guess cells turned on length of cells turned on -1. So this would be the last item. Last on cell. Okay. And then I think what we would say is we'd say if last on cell is less than the current cell, we want to if this is true, then the next thing we want to check is we want to say, okay, great. Yeah, great. No, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna make this simpler. Okay. Let's see. Length of cells. Length. Num of cells. So if the num of cells on is 0, then all we need to do is we need to say cells turn on dot append the cell. That's all we need to do, right? Because we're at 0, we have no cells turned on. We're just going to add the first one. So it's the highest number we've seen regardless. Renee, I just got here, which means it's coffee time. It's definitely coffee time because my thought is very muddied. I think I have some clarity on what I need to do. Like you can see, I've been cooking up some mad scheme in my mind here. But I feel like right when I kind of come to this point where like it all makes sense, it all disappears on me, which I think it means that I don't have enough caffeine floating around in my, and not enough caffeine has broken the blood-brain barrier, and so we need to fix that. I would agree with you. Kiran Surya. Hi, what are you coding today? Kiran, this is admin of code. So these are like small little leak code problems hidden in holiday puzzles. So if you go to that website right there, you can read all about the event. It happens every December. That's what we're doing. Okay, so then the next time we come through, we know this is not true. So we can say I think what we can say here is we can say highest. No, let's leave it as that because we're just finding the last one. So if the last on cell is less than this cell, then what we'd like to do is we'd like to remove it, kind of like we did on this iteration in our picture, is we'd actually like to take 2 out and we'd like to put 3 in, right? So how do we do that? So I guess the first thing we do is we say well, the first thing we do is we do cells turned on needs to be reassigned, and we need to take what's ever existingly there. We need to take a new slice of it from the start all the way to the number of cells on minus 1. So let's do last on cell index. It's going to be the number of cells on minus 1. Yeah. So we basically want to take everything that's left and reassign it. So that's basically us taking the existing stack, taking the last item off that existing stack, and then taking what's remaining and putting it there. And then we want to put in our cells removed, we would like to append the last on cell. And in the cells turned on, we want to append the current cell. So this is us basically taking 2 out and putting 3 at the beginning, I think. Yeah, I think so. I think that's what I'm doing. We should probably run the code at least once or twice to see if this is actually doing what we think it's doing. Although there is a case where, okay, so what do we do if this isn't less than, right? So if it's not less than, then I think what we do is, instead of this, we do, which I hate if else statements, but instead of if, then we do, I think we just add it to cells turned on. I think we just append the cell. So I guess at the end of each loop, let's print whatever the cells are that we have. So at the end of each loop, let's print the cells we turned on, and let's print the cells we removed. We also need to do something with this number, but I'm not sure what it is yet. All right, my code's not going to work though, because 6-7 Alaska, dude, that's...
If a leaf fixes.
If else stinks. Also, 6-7 Alaska, that is, again, too kind. There is no need to super chat, but I very, very much appreciate it. I just don't like, I'm not a big fan of if else. If else. Okay, let's... Cannot use bank value. Oh, yeah, I changed the signature. So this should be num of cells to turn on. Now everyone's going to be unhappy, so we're going to have to fix all the code. So in the main.go, let's just set this to 2 for now, because that's what part 2 was. Coding in all the nulls and definitions. Cells within cells interlinked. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if anything I'm doing right now makes any sense. But I'm gonna continue to pursue this line of thinking, and hopefully it leads me somewhere good. And I'm just gonna focus on, I just want to focus on this case. Just this one right here. So we're gonna do go test cmd03 bank, and we're gonna say run test voltage. Now this is gonna be wrong. And let's see, runtime index out of range. Oh, that's because in my bank implementation, I need to continue. Oh, I should probably, let's see, print on cells. And this is going to be cells removed. Okay, so on cells is 3, cells removed is 2, yep. On cells is 4, cells removed is 2 and 3. On cells is 4, 2. On cells is 4, 3. Okay. So we end up with on cells being 4, 4, 4, 4, 8. And then we have cells removed. See, so this is where things my logic right now falls apart. If else everything. I usually try to not use the else keyword. I almost always try not to use it if I can in my code. I don't know, it doesn't feel good. Else if, it doesn't feel good. But you know, sometimes you're out of options. Six, 7 Alaska. I actually got my project to work, but it shows a 3D viewport, but it isn't rendering the shaders, so I need to look at my compile settings later. Well, sounds like you got more troubleshooting ahead of you. Okay, so why is this happening at the end? Because this looks right. The logic of what I've written is it being executed correctly, but there's a flaw in the sense that I really don't want 7 removed here. Yeah, I really don't want 7 removed. So what? Six, 7, yep. 6, 7, that's the thing. So we have 4, 4, 4, which is right, I think. This is all right until I hit here, I think. So 4, 4 is right. Maybe I've led myself astray here. Maybe it's not as simple as I thought it was going to be. Oh, man. 6, 7. What is all this? 6, 7 Alaska. This is crazy. That's nuts, man. $20 total? Crazy. Steven, you crashed my tab. Steven ignores my message now? I haven't seen your message. Maybe it got blocked? Oh, maybe it's because I'm on top chat and not live chat. Yeah, I haven't seen any messages from you, but good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Also, I don't know how I crashed your tab. 6, 7, draw it out like a picture, then fix your code. Yeah, that's the. I think I understand what I've done wrong, but I don't know how to fix it. That's the problem. So my idea worked for a moment, and then it didn't. Excuse me. I wonder if it has something to do with... I guess the only problem right now in what I have on the screen, let's just focus on what I have on the screen. The only problem I have is at this point right here. This is 100% what I would expect, aside from the fact that we removed 7, right? So at the very last step, when we're at this point, right? We have removals left, so it's okay. It's totally fine to remove. Because we have enough digits there. I don't know. I think I need to make some coffee and just maybe put this to my subconscious. Because right now I don't. Hey, good morning, Clay. Man, it's been a long time since I've seen you in my chat, Clay. What is it supposed to achieve? So at the end of the day, what we'd like to have is when we have this final on cells, I would like this to say 4, 4, 4, 4, and then 7, 8. Not, I don't want 7 to get removed. But based on the logic that I've written, 7 should get removed. Not the wrong construct, I don't think. I think I just don't have all the logic worked out. Got 0, but wanted 78. Yeah, I don't know. It's not, I don't even know how to say it. So I do think there is one check that I'm missing from my algorithm that basically checks to see. I don't think it's going to change anything, but this number up here, right, is initially calculated by the bank length minus the number of cells we want to turn on. So initially, this is going to be 13, which means we can remove 13 digits while we're moving to the right. We can remove 13 items and still have enough digits left to complete our puzzle. But we need to make sure and check that number before we do the removal. So if the last cell there is less than the current cell and the number of cells we can remove is greater than the length of the cells we've already removed. I don't think that's going to change anything about the results we're currently getting, but it's definitely something we have to check. Yeah, see, it didn't change anything. We're still getting... And that's because we've only done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 removals, and we can do 12 of them. Or I guess we can do 13 removals. How's the struggle going? Not good. Not good. I mean, we're struggling, so I mean, I guess that's good. So whenever we figure this out, it'll be good. I've pivoted from my part one approach, and now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to basically do it in a single iteration, but I'm not entirely certain that is possible. I'm almost there. But this case doesn't work on the last iteration. I'm almost there. So what I want to have here is I want to have 4, 4, 4, 4, 7, 8. And I'm removing 7 in place of 8, which is according to my logic. But I can't quite put my finger on how I would prevent that without breaking the behavior of the previous steps. Let's look at the number again. What number are we using? We're using this one number. So theoretically, Stis, thanks for subbing. Appreciate it. Theoretically, we end up with 4, 4, 4, 4, 7, 8, and then we take the last 2 digits in the stack. Are you removing? Yeah, that's basically, yeah, we're basically removing, at the very final point when we don't want to remove. Remove one less. Yeah. Validate if your string has 12. Break and return. Well, I mean, I could, but I think well, at least the problem with my solution right now, if I was to do that, is I would get false positives. Because, like, right here, I've turned on, at this point, I've turned on It's interesting. I wonder if I limit this to 2, if I never let this grow beyond 2. I wonder if that would work. So I only have stuff in the cells. I only allow this to grow. The silence. I'm sorry, the silence is just hanging there because I can't. I don't think this is. But the challenge is to make 12 character strings, right? Yeah, or make, well, the way I'm looking at it is I'm trying to find whatever n number of batteries give me the largest number, right? And so I want to maximize, I want the largest numbers in the leftmost digits, right? So my idea is eventually I would end up with a stack that has the highest digits, but in the proper order. So from, I guess, left to right, we've maintained, and then we'll just take from the end. So what we would say in this case, if we could get 8 into this stack, then we would just take the last 2 digits, or the last 2 numbers, and that would be our answer. And theoretically, that should work for arbitrary numbers of digits. But it's almost like I need to limit. It's almost like I need to limit what I'm considering. What language, and is this challenge anywhere? Yeah, it's on Advent of Code. I'm doing it in Go, but the website is AOC. I'll put that in the chat there for you. This is Advent of Code, Day 3, Part 2. I also put the link in the description of the stream. So if you look down in the description, there should be like a problem of the day link that you can click on. Yeah, exactly. That's 100% what it feels like. I'm just not sure what that condition is without breaking the other behavior earlier in the loop. Just answer 89. Yeah. Here you go. We'll make this pass easy peasy right here. 89. Like you there. Everyone's happy now. No, everyone's still not happy. Oh, 78 is the answer they're looking for. Can't even get it right when I hard code the answer. My kids keep on saying 6-7. Do you have any clue what it is? My kids say it all the time. I think kids say it because it annoys adults. I have no idea its origins. I know it's part of like internet meme brain rot culture, but I think the kids say it just because they get a reaction out of the adults. Or at least that's my perception of my own children. Which, you know what? Hey, man, it's fun. It's fun to screw with the old people. When you're a kid, it's fun to get a rise. Man, I wish I could. Sorry, I was going to answer a YouTube message. So I think it's back to the drawing board is what I think. I think that the idea that I had is busted. And I think I need to rethink the solution that I had in mind. Yeah, because basically the place we end up in is we end up in this place where we have 8, and on top of 8, not 8, sorry, 7. We end up in this place. 4. Which is actually a pretty decent spot. Like, this is kind of where we want to get to. Or this is where I thought I wanted to get to. Right? So we have 2, 3. So we're all the way over here now. And so then on the next loop, when we come through and we run our logic comes down here and it says, oh yeah, well, you have removals left because you've removed less than 15 minus 2, because this one I actually only need 2. I only need 2. This actually needs to be greater than or equal to 2, the size here, because I'm only gonna take the final 2 numbers to build my answer, or the final in numbers, whatever that number is. So this would be red. On Kush, thanks for subbing. I appreciate it, man. However, when I look at my current cell, which is 8, my current cell 8 is larger than 7. So my current algorithm says, well, we're trying to maximize the leftmost digit. So we should get rid of it. My current algorithm says, okay, get 7 out and put 8 in, is what my current algorithm does. Which is right according to my instruction. So it's not really a bug, but it's a flaw in my logic, which is, I mean, it's the same, that's equivalent to the same thing. Alaska feels like a weird bot today. Well, if he is a bot, whoever's running that bot has lost $20. He sent me two $10 super chats. My kids keep on. Oh no, I already read that one. So, if my intuition at the moment is telling me that I can't do this in a single iteration. That's what my intuition is telling me, is that I have to, as I iterate over the cells, or maybe I can do it in a single iteration. As I iterate over the cells in my bank, what if I invert the logic? So number of cells we can remove. This is important. This is definitely important. Yeah, instead of exactly. That's actually exactly what I was thinking. Like, what if we remove from the stack? So what if we do this instead? What if we do... I don't want to lose this, because this is at least somewhere. I was going somewhere with that. My solution is different, but this can work, so I'll let you try it. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, like I really appreciate everyone's always trying to help me too with these problems. But I also think we all know that, like, when you're making a mental model of the problem and you're trying to think of a solution, it's hard to like merge in someone else's, right? I spent several hours on this one. Got to be patient. Okay. Well, that makes me feel a little better that that the struggle I'm going through is all for naught. Okay, so I think but do I want... So cells turned on is my stack, essentially. That's my stack. And I actually don't think I need this. this is really a distraction. The cells removed, that's actually a distraction because I don't really care about the numbers that I removed other than like for debug purposes. So I think at the end of the day, this can actually be, yeah, I think at the end of the day, this can be removed. But I'm going to leave it here just so we can use it for debugging. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, or no, I can't use a while loop and go. I'm going to use a for loop that says, basically, while the length of cells turned on is greater than 0, and while the number of cells we can remove is greater than what we've already removed. Cells removed is what I want. Cells removed. Yeah. So while those things are true, I am going to add things to the stack. No, there's another condition here because let's see, stack is not empty, which means the length of cells turned on is greater than 0. Oh, no, I probably should evaluate that in the loop itself, shouldn't I? So we also need to see we also need to make sure that whatever cell we're on is this is basically the inversion of the logic we were using to add, right? So this is if the final item in the stack, the last item in the stack, is greater than the current cell. No, it's less than the current cell. So, because it's an inverse. So if the current cell is greater than the last, this would be cells turn on, and then we want the length of cells turned on -1. That's like the longest line in the history of programming. But those are the conditions we want to do this. So while this is true, we're gonna pop. We're gonna take from the end, and we're gonna add to the cells removed. So how do we, this is where Go is confusing to me, because I know in JavaScript I would do cells turned on pop is what I would do. which pop does what? Pop takes from the end, right? If I remember right? Or does that take from the beginning? Where's my browser? JavaScript. Pop. Pop. Pop with no validation? Well, I'm checking to see if there's anything in there. So in my loop, I'm actually checking to see remove last element. Yeah, pop removes that last element. So in our solution here, popping would be equivalent to reassigning basically taking from the start to the length of cells turned on -1. See, because I'm checking here if it's greater than 0. So I know there's something there I can take. And then I'm going to do cells removed dot append cells turned on. Whoops, nope, I don't want to. I need to dry this up. There's too much repetition here, but I'm being lazy to see if this works. What nationality? I live in the United States. There's actually a command for that. If you try where bro at, it'll show you where I'm based at. I'm based in Kansas, Kansas City, Kansas. Yeah. And then I think here, once we exit this loop, we can add the cell to the stack. Cell. So if we don't hit that, then we'll append. Or we'll always append even after we do that, because what we're doing in that loop is we're removing things that were ahead of it, I think. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know if this is going to work. It seems right, but let's print. Let's just run it again and see what prints out. On cells is 2 cell. Okay, that. Oh, we hit a runtime error. Index out of range. Okay, so that's obviously in here somewhere. So why would we get an index out of range exception? The length of cells removed, cells turned on -1. I do not watch Invincible, but I've heard good things about it. My father-in-law and my brother-in-law always say good things about that show, but I've never watched it myself. Have you made some coffee? I have not. We should actually take a break and probably do that, because I think that's probably half the problem. Arvin, read my chat. Let's see. Steven, in the duration of your stream, our national currency lost 0.7% of its value. That's unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. That's absolutely unbelievable. That would drive me nuts. I would definitely be buying gold. uh, okay, so where... I don't know how would I enter. Okay, so we do know at this point we do know that the length of cells turned on is greater than 0. And we are trying to take panic runtime index out of range recovered. Line 49. Line 49. As one would say, these nuts. Yeah, it is nuts. F off, bozo. Will it solves a captcha for you? Who are you saying F off to, Arvin? Chill, man, chill. We don't need spicy in the chat this morning. We need cool heads to get through this admin of code problem. But I do think it is coffee time. Okay. Oh. Yeah. So if we're gonna get the last item, so last cell on, we actually need to get that first before we reassign. So I think if we put this first, we'll save ourselves from hitting that exception or that error, that panic error. No, we're still hitting it. Where are we at? We're still at line 49. So why? I'm gonna print this because I don't understand what's going on. Let's see. Let's do format.println cells turn on. Let's do remove from stack. Just trying to figure out what's the state of affairs when we hit that exception. Had I not written things out or something in a while? Is that why that was failing? Okay, I think this works. Okay, so here we go. We're on cells. Cells removed. Remove from stack. Then we push 3 on. Cells removed. Still 2. We want to remove from the stack. So now we have 4. And then we should end up with, once we get down here, we should end up with 4, 4, 4, 4. Yep, 4, 4, 4, 4, 2. And then see, here's where removing comes in handy, right? Because at this point now, we actually want to basically clear everything that's in the on cells. And we just want to push on 7. Okay, let's see if this works for the remainder. I'm gonna leave that right now because this could totally be a red herring. Okay, let's remove the print line, or let's comment out the print lines, and let's actually get to the point where we're actually returning the yeah, okay. So the removing thing makes more sense than actually dealing with like the it's almost like by doing the removal, we are almost like looking at a window instead of the whole thing, right? Because we're basically saying, oh, we hit 7. Now we're just going to remove everything in the stack, right? That was already pre-populated. As long as we have numbers we can remove, right? I think this makes sense. So I think this is good that this is working, but I'm suspicious because again, it's one of the problems where I sort of just tripped over the solution by basically taking what I thought was the solution and inverting it. Because I thought the solution was going to be building up a stack and doing this whole thing, pushing and popping and pushing and popping. Which I guess I'm still pushing and popping, but I'm popping a lot more in a just kind of almost in a different order. Pablo. Just, hey, everyone in the chat. Just everyone in the chat. Be cool. Hey, good morning, Shido. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Damn, I hate to admit it, I'm horribly uninformed on anything going on in Iran or the Middle East. Yeah, I'm horribly uninformed in most things in life. Most things. Okay, so this would be then whatever we end up with in cells turned on. What we should be able to do is we should be able to say take everything from we should be able to take everything from the start of our cells turned on up to whatever number of batteries. So we can say or not batteries. So we'll say cells final cells is going to be B, or no, it's going to be cells turned on. We're going to slice from the B to the number of cells to turn on plus 1. I think. Although that seems dangerous too. It seems like I could actually go off the end. You know? But do I need to go? I don't think I need to actually add one. Right? So let's say if I have, so in this example, if I have 7 and 8, then the indexes I want to get are 0 and 1. And if the number of cells to turn on equals 2, then this should, I believe, because this is exclusive, this is non-inclusive in Go. So I think this will work. So this is our final cells. Then we need to join these. So we need to say, this is so funny. We have to go from numbers to strings and then back to a number. So we need to do, I don't like this song. We need to do, cell string. That. And then we can say for I, sorry, let me move this up. For I cell equals range. Sorry guys, I'm not trying to ignore you. Pablo, why not validate? Oh, we could. I'm just being lazy. I'm just being lazy. Final cells. And then we'll say cell stir. I hate this kind of stuff in Go, honestly. Like add. Thanks for subbing, man. I appreciate it. I wish I just had a link method that was like, you know, select all parse or select all to string or something like that, you know. So cell stir equals string convert dot atoi, which is going to be cell. Cannot use cell. Oh, this is supposed to be ITO, right? ITOA. There we go. And then we will do final string plus equals cell string. And then once we have concatenated our digits, we then need to say final joltage. And that's going to have an error because we're going to do stir convert dot atoi, pass in our final string. This is uglier than sin. There's got to be a better way to do this in Go, right? Hey, Shudo! Let's go, W for Shudo. Thanks for becoming a member, man. I appreciate that. You don't even know what that means to be able to support the channel and, Yeah, it's super kind, man. Really, really appreciate it. Let's see if this works. Yeah, W indeed. I will second Pablo's W's. Yeah, appreciate that, guys. It's very kind. It's never expected. Like, I want you guys to always know that I have a day job. I do. I really do appreciate it, though. I really, really do appreciate it. And if there's anything that you guys as members would like to see as a perk of doing that, let me know. I've been trying to make a good faith effort to make some content that's members only, and I want to continue doing that. But if there's other things that you would find valuable, obviously you're more than happy to hear them. Doesn't mean I'm necessarily going to do them, but I'd love to hear any ideas you guys have. Pablo, he paid for today's coffee. He basically did. Yeah, he basically did. Okay, so that worked. So let's see if this works for the other ones. And let's remove this. Or let's just comment this stuff out. I don't want to remove anything until we get to the end. So then let's go back to our other test cases. And let's put those back. Actually, let's put them back one by one so we know if something does break. That way we know what it is that broke. It still works. And these are this is only testing part 1 with this solution, by the way, too. We haven't gotten to testing part 2. But I'm pretty sure if this works for part 1, it should work for part 2. We should be able to use the same algorithm. It's just the number of banks we're allowed to turn on and the number of banks that we're allowed to remove as we process. That was the tricky one. Okay, so that is promising. What we should do now is we should do, let's see, num of banks to turn on. This is 2. Yeah, and then you know what though? I just realized these numbers are so big that I think I'm gonna have to use a different. I don't think I can just use an int 32. I think I have to use a 64. Right, 12 digits is 12 digits is like 100 billion, right? Yeah, I think that's 100 billion. Number. Pablo, 32 is fine. Is it? I thought 32 can only hold. Let's see. Is it? Yeah, that only holds 10 digits, right? I feel like it could. I feel like it could overflow that, right? Because this is. Yeah, this is 2 billion. But if I have 12 digits, that would possibly be 2 additional, right? I mean, I don't know if any of the inputs actually use all. I mean, they're supposed to. I'm supposed to turn on 12. Am I miscounting this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Yeah, yeah. I think I have to change my signature to be 64-bit. 64-bit? Is that the right terminology? Yeah. Yeah. Int 64 is what I know I need to use, I think. Just for safety. Okay, this is going to be test case dot number of things to turn on. Oh, you didn't need in JavaScript? Okay, fair enough. Oh, I forgot you're doing it in TypeScript. Yeah. I forgot you're doing it in TypeScript. Okay, who wants to make coffee? I do. So before we add the other test cases for part 2, I'm going to make coffee. So let me go make sure that's all set up, and then we'll come back. All right, all right, ready? Ready, chat? 3, 2, 1. To the coffee station. All right, that's the coffee we're making today. And I actually have to run upstairs really quick because I have to run upstairs really quick because my phone is gonna die. I'm using an old cell phone as my second camera here, and its battery life is not so good. Oh. There we go. All right, now coffee time. Pull up the stream real quick. Let's get our water brewing. Also, apologize for my bedhead. It's very early in the morning. And I literally just wake up, put on my clothes, run a brush through my hair, brush my teeth, and then I come down here. So forgive me for my appearance. Okay. Water's on. Man, I can't believe reversing the stack approach actually worked. It wasn't a single iteration as I thought it was going to be. I mean, it's a single iteration over the cells, but we have to iterate over the stack a bunch of times. But what are you going to do? How
many times you brew midstream? Just once, probably. Like, just once right now during Advent of Code. I might, like, during, like, normal streams, like non-Advent of Code streams, I'll probably break for coffee once or twice, usually. Currently it's 6:37 where I am. Oh, Ollie the AI is here. I can't get over how committed whoever the person is that runs that account, they are so committed to that shtick. But, you know, more power to them. At least they're not using the powers of AI to troll me. All right, today's coffee is from Costa Rica. Oh, we finally moved off the African continent, and now we're in Costa Rica. Nice. The flavor of coffee, let's see, the tasting notes for the coffee are cherry, milk chocolate, Concord grape, and honey. Sounds tasty. It never tastes like that to me, but I'll take their word for it. Alright, day 6. Man, can you guys believe it's already the 6th of December? Advent calendars remind you just how fast time goes. That smells good. Alright, water's done. Coffee's in. Shudo, is the programming scene popping out there? I remember correctly, you guys have a lot of robot programs in your university. Oh, you're talking about somebody else. Oh, hell yeah, sounds like my kind of month. Frankly, though, what exactly differs from Advent of Code from Advent of Coffee? I'd argue they go hand in hand. Well, yeah, they do go hand in hand. Basically, Advent is Advent, but people create Advent calendars out of random stuff like code, like puzzles. And somebody created this company, Onyx Coffee, they created an Advent calendar out of coffee. So like every day there's a different coffee to try. And I bought that, so I'm just kind of marrying the two things that I like. Don't want to be that guy, but the way us coffee drinkers make coffee is like addicts loading up their steaming tool after a week of not getting any. Well, I said yesterday or the day before that basically I'm just a dopamine and caffeine addict, essentially. I mean, I get dopamine from solving puzzles that involve code, and I get caffeine from the coffee. And so it's no wonder that I'm stuck on this this streamy hamster wheel every morning, because it's basically just 2 or 3 hours of me getting high off of dopamine and caffeine. All right, while this brews, I got to go to the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back. Steven, I'm surprised you are not doing espresso. I'm saving, so I'm doing. This is my favorite way to brew normal coffee, is this Clever Dripper. So I'm doing every one of these coffees I'm going to brew in the Clever Dripper, but they send enough so that you can make like 2 or 3 cups if you wanted. So the leftover beans, I'm going to try each bean as a shot of espresso. 2. But that's more involved, because every bean you have to dial in your espresso machine, basically. So it's a whole thing. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a bathroom break, and then the coffee will be done, and then we'll go back and see if we solved part 2. Here, put that right there. You guys can watch it brew. I know it's fascinating. Oh, the card's blocking it. Damn it. Yeah, that's all right. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, hey, Shudo, if you're still here, I will update your name on our members list too on this stream. I forgot to do that. I feel like that's, it's important to give recognition to people who support me like that. So I'll update that when I get back to my desk. This dripper thing doesn't make coffee French by definition. It's sort of like a combination. It's like a combination between French and like a pour over and a French press, because it does do an immersion, but then when you actually go to put it in your cup, it filters like a pour over, which is why I like it so much, because you get like a very strong cup of coffee, like a French press, but then the cup itself is not dirty, like it's not full of coffee grounds, which I don't care for. So it's kind of it's like the best of both worlds. My brother-in-law, I turned my brother-in-law onto it, and this is the only way he makes coffee now. It's a good little device. All right, chat. To the desk.
All right,
come on, chat.
Come on, chat. Back to the desk. Here we go. We need to focus. Welcome back. Welcome back. You are not sharing any with Kelsey. No, Kelsey doesn't drink coffee, actually. My wife's name's Kelsey, for those who don't know who Pablo's referring to, but she sometimes comes and trolls my stream. But she does not drink coffee, really. She doesn't do super well with caffeine. She'll do like iced coffees, you know, with like milk and sugar and stuff. But too much caffeine is not great for her, we've found over the years. She must be a slow digester of caffeine, and I'm a fast digester of caffeine, so... I don't have to share my coffee with anybody. Well, I might have to share my coffees with my son one day, or either of my sons one day, but for now it's just me, really. Alright, what else did I miss? Big jugs. Okay, we're talking about big jugs. Okay, nice, nice. Shudo, what's the best coffee you've ever had being a connoisseur yourself? I usually go for a strong dark coffee from the big jugs at Costco. That's where the big jugs came from. So the coffee that I normally buy, I think I've shared this before. The coffee I normally buy is 8 o'clock coffee. It's just their dark Italian espresso. I get this at Walmart for pretty cheap. It's like 17 bucks for a 14-ounce bag, I think. But like the best coffee I've ever had... that's tough. Nothing really sticks out in my mind when I think about that, but I'll think. I'll let that percolate. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily even say I'm like a coffee connoisseur as so much as I would say that I just enjoy coffee. Like, it's almost like coffee has become so ingrained in my life. It's attached to so many of my habits. It's like, I imagine it's like what smokers experience, where like you go for a walk, you have a smoke. You know, anything you do, you have a smoke. And for me, it's anything I do, like I want a cup of coffee. What? Coffee gets you high when you have ADHD? Yeah, so true. Yeah, that brand I just get that brand because it's like it's the darkest roast that I can find at the store, and it's relatively economical. I mean, this is, for me, buying this Advent of Coffee calendar thing from Onyx, that's a huge splurge. Like, as a 32-year-old dad of two, like, I don't spend money on nice things like that very often because I have to pay for future people's colleges and retirements. But yeah, this year I thought, you know what? This would be fun to do on stream. So I bought it. Where were we at? Oh, we need to update our members list real quick. I know, guys, I know I'm dragging out this part 2 solution, but I want to make sure I get Shudo up on that list for becoming a member, because I really do appreciate it. And if YouTube would let me automate this, this wouldn't be this big of a deal, but because YouTube won't let me automate it, I have to do this all manually. So we have to go to the Members API in the Explorer. We have to make a call. Go through the OAuth flow every time. Every time. And that gives me back my list of members. I think we have 10 now that Shudo's a part of it. Then we have to go to my terminal. And I did write a program to automate this, but without access to the proper API, there's just no way I can actually automate it. So we want this. We'll copy and paste. We have 10 members. Let's save. Then we'll do .NET index.cs. And then now we should see Shudo pop up on screen here in a bit. He should come across. All right. Now let's add our test cases for part 2. And let's see if they pass. So we basically have the same inputs, just different expected outputs. So let me set this over to the side, and we'll do, let's just copy all these. Okay, so the first one, the only difference is the number of banks we expect is going to be 12. Or the number of banks to turn on, we're going to allow them to turn on 12. I think that should be 2 still. And then the input remains the same, but the expected output is different. So we have, in this case, we should have this number. And in this case, we should have this number. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong number. Man, it's so easy to copy the wrong thing, I tell you what, in these advent of code problems. And that will just send you down a spiral. Let's see, this is going to be this guy. This one is going to be here. So if all these work, we should have pretty high confidence that the algorithm is relatively complete. Yeah, let's go. Okay, so those all work. Or let's hold on. Let's make sure I wrote out the file just to make sure. Hell yeah, you deserve your treat yourself every once in a while. Yeah, that's what the Advent of Coffee calendar, or the Coffee Advent calendar is basically treat yourself. Does anybody here watch Parks and Rec? Parks and Rec. Such a good show. Cool. So it worked. Now let's try it on the full. Let's go to main. Let's see, where are we? We're main test.go. So let's do it with same thing here. Allie the AI. Hey man, thanks for becoming a member. Appreciate that. Also, I didn't mean to misgender you. Thank you, girl. Thank you, woman, for becoming a member. I don't know. Can you gender an AI? It's just this. Now we're getting very philosophical. But thank you very much for becoming a member. I'll update the list again. I guess I just need to keep this up at all times, because if this is going to happen more than once during a stream, Oh, thanks for the gifted membership. That's too kind. Oh, and Volseer got the gifted member. That's awesome. We like Volseer. We appreciate him. Okay, so yeah, that's super kind, guys. Again, not necessary, you know, but super kind. Pablo, your solution seems to be way simpler than mine. Yeah, WAI, yeah. So okay, I'd like to take a minute and I'd like to visualize my solution because I actually think it could be not a great one, but hold on, let me update the members list really quick. I'm trying to do too many things at once. Somebody get in contact with YouTube and just, what if we all contact YouTube and complain that Steven needs programmatic access to this endpoint so that he doesn't have to interrupt the stream to do this? We have 11 members now. See, notepad, do that, copy, paste. Oh no, we have 12 members. 12 members. And then we'll do CD, membership, .NET index.cs. Okay, Ali the AI, you should be on the list now. So thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Totally unnecessary, but it means the world. You guys would be willing to support the kind of stuff I'm doing on my channel. It's very kind. Okay, we're back. So now we need to do solve part. Actually, this doesn't even need different methods. We can actually rename this to solve. And the only thing we need to do differently here is we need to make sure we pass in num of cells. And this will get num of cells. And then we also need to switch these signatures so that they handle int64s. So this needs to be int64, which means we'll have to make a bunch of changes down here. This will have to be, instead of ATOI, this will have to be parse int. Like that. Let's see, this is complaining because this will now have to be a list of int64. Or no, that doesn't need to change. Sorry, that doesn't need to change. Why is this complaining? Cannot use bank as bank value in return statement. Bank does not implement. Oh, yeah, that's because this signature needs to be updated. That's fine. It's not till we get down here where we do our final thing where we have to say parse int, and we need to treat this like a base 10 number, and we need 64-bit. I think that works now. So then, if we go back to our main, let's just make sure our tests still run. Okay. Before we change anything else, this will be 2. Should be int. Oh, whoops. Should be int 64. My mic cover's like right over my keyboard. There we go. go. See, I can figure out how to write code. All right, now let's make sure everything still works. Yep. And then all we have to do is we just are going to copy these. Let's see if it works with the example input first. So example input, so instead of 12, we'll do 2. And the expected answer is this very large number. I don't even know how large it is. This is... What is that? It's ginormous. That's 3 trillion? Yeah, 3 trillion. Wow, that's ginormous. And what is this complaining about? Oh, yep. All right, go test. Moment of truth. Heck yeah. Let's go. Shudo, sadly, still not showing up. I'll have to check on my computer language. Hold on, what? Oh, I thought your name should show up on the list. If they don't show up on my list. Oh no, you're saying somewhere on YouTube it's not showing up. Fair enough. Alright. Now we try on the real thing. So let's copy this guy. This is solve part 2 with input. And we don't know what this number is, so we'll say -1 for now. And we'll and then we also set this to 12. And we will let this run. That doesn't seem right. Oh, did I not? Input, I gave it 12. There we go. That number. I was like, that number seems way more right. Okay. Moment of truth, yeah? Let's copy it. God, if this doesn't work, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Let the dopamine flow. Sadly, it doesn't give me the option to gift subs. The old button that I originally clicked to purchase my own membership has vanished. Huh, that's weird. But the name scroll is working perfectly. Okay, awesome, yeah. Yeah, I've got the name scroll ordered by, I think, length of time being a member, and then alphabetical. So it goes by the months that you've been a member, and then your alphabetical name order is how the list is ordered. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so to visualize, let's visualize what my current solution does. So my current solution does something very similar to what I was trying to do here. Yeah, it's very similar to this, with the slight difference. So what we do is we build up this stack, right? So let's change this. Let's go back to this is 7. This is our 8, and this is our 7. And we have a whole bunch of numbers in here already. And so what my algorithm does is basically when we reach this point where we find that, okay, we're 8, and the last thing we have is 7, we enter that loop. Let's see, main dot or bank.go. We enter that loop right here. This is kind of the key. This is the key part, is this loop right here, where now what we're going to do is we're basically going to remove all of these numbers. So we're basically going to say, oh, well, you have a number that's greater than what's in this place right now. So we're just going to take all these 4s off. And then we're going to push on 8. Like that. That's basically what it does. And it just repeats that over and over. Every time it finds a higher number to the right than what's currently on that stack. Although there's probably more iterations than what's necessary. Right? I don't know. I don't know if you could do this in fewer iterations. I thought you could do it in a single one, but I ended up having to add this loop. I'll be interested to look at other people's solutions to see what they ended up doing. Pablo, you solved this way better than me. I don't know if it's better. It just works. But I think there's definitely, I'm sure there's somebody who's thought way more clever about it. I would love to print this so that so it's a little bit better. I want to clean this up a little bit. So like this long line, this is so nasty. But we can definitely delete all this because this was kind of a false start. This is also kind of ugly. Oh, you'll see my solution and be like, why? I'm sure your solution though is plenty good. I did not understand it, but it's smarter than mine. Yeah, so let me see if I can print it so it makes a little bit more sense. Let me see if I can print some of this stuff out. So let's do format.println. On. Whoops. We'll do on. And then we have format.println. Println removed. And then, which is going to be cells removed. And then let's do format.println. Current, so this is like current cell. This is where I need to do some formatting. Let's see if I can make this make more sense. So we have %d, %f, we need a new line here. And this is going to be the value, the cell value. Another %d. I actually want to put that before each of these so we can track the iterations. How are you supposed to print a slice? Let's see. %S reads arg number 2. Oh, yeah. Should be S. This is going to be cell. And this is going to be cells turned on. And this is going to be %V. And then this is going to be the same thing. This is going to be cell. So that's cells removed, cells turned on. And then let's also print like that we've entered this loop, right? So we'll do format dot printf. This is not really helpful for solving the solution. If anyone's watching, this is just helping to try to visualize what the hell my algorithm is doing. So we'll say removing from stack. And what are we removing? So what we're removing is this guy. Cell removed. Oh. Not that. That. So this is the cell we're removing. Okay, let's see if we can track this a little bit better. We do go. Oh, I think tests have to fail to see print lines though, don't they? I don't think %v go test. Okay. Oh, there's a lot here. Oh, we should only run this against the example. Go test v. Test solve part 1 with example input, I think is the name of it. Yeah, okay. So basically what we're doing is, okay, we're on cell 0. So we basically, okay, 9's what we got. There's nothing in our current on. So we just add 9 to it. Why is this printing twice? Oh, because this should be removed. Sorry. Should be removed. It'd probably be helpful too to just look at one of the slices, maybe one of the smaller slices. But we start with 9. We put 9 on. We turn 9 on. Removed has nothing in it. Now we move to the next cell, which is cell 8, which has the value of 8. 8 is less than 9, so it just gets pushed. 7 is less than 8, so it gets pushed. 6 is less than 7. so it gets pushed, right? 5 is less than 6, so it gets pushed, so on and so forth. So this one will never actually go through that loop where it pulls things off. It'll just keep adding. And then we will take the final 12 whatever digits that are there. Now we are on cell, we're on the next bank. So here, this is where we enter the stack removal process. So we get to this point in our removal and we say, oh, well, now we're on 9. Hold on, do I have those numbers flipped? %D cell. Hold on, I can't see clearly which bank I'm on. Format.println starting bank. We can also make this a little easier to parse by going to the bank tests, just commenting some of these out. Expected. Yeah, we did cast it. That's fine. Go bank run test joltage -v. Yeah, here we go. See if we can make this a little bigger too. This may not be interesting to anybody, but it's interesting to me because I like to understand what the heck my brain tripped over. I mean, essentially what I'm doing is I'm like adding, and then at some point I'm taking, and I'm shifting everything from that end to this end. Yeah, here we go. So we get, obviously this is pretty straightforward. If the last item is greater than the current, we just add it to the end. So we just keep building up. 1 is always less than 8, so we just keep adding. Then we get to the final number, and we have 9. Well, 9 is actually greater than the last item, which is 1. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to start tearing these things off. Pop, 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 pop. As long as this last item is less than this item, we're just going to tear these off. And then once that ceases to be true, we add our 9. And then we're also checking how many, all the while we're looping through the stack, we're also checking how many removals we have left so that we don't actually remove too many. So that's how we end up with 8, 9. So we add to the end, and then at some point we start taking away from the end. That seems like though this seems like this could become problematic. Like you could end up doing a lot of processing of the stack depending on the size, the number of digits you want. Yeah. Okay, well, that's that. Now that I have all those print statements, I'm going to remove it. Let's see. Remove these. Remove that. We don't need I anymore. This is cell Let's see, remove these, that's fine. Let's do, instead of doing cell removed, yeah, cell to remove. Let's change that to cell to remove. And then let's do cell to remove index. And let's just calculate that once. Yeah, that's good. And we actually don't need the cell. We actually don't need the cells to remove. We actually could just remove it and just decrement this number. I think so. I think we could actually. My solution needed a cache and uses way more iterations. Hey, I mean, the fact that it finished in finite time says it's fine. Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, I guess I basically am using a stack and I'm basically processing things in last in, first out. Whenever I find a number that's greater than the last thing that I added, I start taking from the end. Yeah, so I think I can remove this because I don't actually think I need to track these. I don't use them anywhere besides here. So I think what I can actually do is I can do this, and then I can do number of cells we can remove minus minus, I think. Which means then here I just need to make sure that the number of cells removed is greater than 0, I think now. And I think it will still work. I know, famous last words. Oh, that failed because I haven't actually added my answer, which I believe that was my answer, right? This is, hold on, let me share this on Blue Sky. I mean, I'm all over the place today. Jumping between this, like Scaladraw, trying to print the solution. Now trying to clean the solution up. Yeah, that was the right number. So we'll just put that in our test case, and that should make everything pass. Bank. Got this. Come down here. Do that guy. And then go back. Yeah, so we don't need to actually track the cells we're removing unless we just wanted. It probably is helpful for debugging, but not helpful for having to allocate another slice. Believe me, most things I tried required a lifetime of iterations. Well, I'm glad that. Well, the thing is, though, I was wrong. The thing is, when I tried to solve this with the original thing I had here, I was wrong. I was basically doing things in a weird push-pop from only the bottom. Like I was adding and then pushing and popping from the bottom and trying to keep track of whether or not I could do that. And so when we inverted it to just, instead of be trying to always add and then just remove the, just basically manipulate the last item, when we just switched to, hey, let's just add things on. And then when we get to a point where we have a number that would make for a greater, whenever we find a number that makes the furthest left place higher, remove everything in front of it and move it to the front of the line. As long as you have digits remaining that you haven't looked at that you can complete your 12 digits. Is essentially what we did. But I think I don't think I understood why it worked until we wrote it, if that makes sense. I just kind of stumbled over it the same way I did yesterday. But I'm glad I stumbled over it. It's definitely not because I'm smart. That's for damn sure. Okay, the one thing I do want to ask Gemini about is this seems very verbose to build the final number. So I just wonder if there's a more succinct way of doing this in Go. Oops. Is there a more succinct way of taking a slice of numbers and turning them into a string of digits compared to the following? Oh, whoops. Dang it. I always forget how to copy things in NeoVim. I need to implement your algo myself. Yeah, I can push it up. No array reduce. This is great. Yeah. I'll push it up. I'll merge it here in a second. Although I mean, I'm guessing now, like now that you've seen me do it, you probably even understand it better than I do. Because I don't even think I have the right words to explain it. I push onto the end of the stack until I find a number that's greater than the last thing in the stack, in which case I pull everything off the stack until that's no longer true. Then I push the current cell onto the stack. That's basically what I do. Always making sure I have enough digits left in what I'm processing to complete the desired number of banks to turn on. Yeah, I think that's my understanding of what I wrote. What did Gemini say? Let's see. Go, there isn't a Python style one-liner in the standard library because Go favors clarity and performance over syntactic sugar. Loops are the expected way to do this. However, your current approach uses the plus minus string inside a loop, which creates a new string in memory for every iteration. Oh, that's a good call out. So I should use a string builder. Yep. Okay, I like that. Okay. The single digit shortcut. What's this? Convert into ASCII byte. No, let's do this. This is better. Whoops. Wonderful. I got to touch and break to understand. Oh, for sure. I totally get that, man. Totally get that. We have this formula engine at work that people write some really nasty formulas in. And a lot of the times, in order for me to help people figure out how to fix their formulas, I have to rewrite the formula 100%. Totally understand that. I have to like build my own mental model of what the hell they were trying to do. Oh, I also don't need this anymore, since I'm not actually dealing with the indexes. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. I think I don't like this really long line of code. And I wonder... The problem is if I don't do this in the loop here, then I have to have variables outside the loop that I then reassign to in the loop, since I'm mutating things that are referenced in this logical condition. What if I just rename these to be like on, just kind of shorten these a little bit. Removal budget. Yeah, that's a little bit better, a little bit more succinct. Actually, let's rename this to cells on, like that. That's better. Yeah, that's good. Okay, and then let's update our README. My new job relies on a lot of PromQL, so I'm learning that now because people do nasty stuff with it. What's PromQL? Is that some sort of query? Is that is that Prometheus? Oh yeah. Okay. My work recently deployed some telemetry stuff that uses Grafana. Does Grafana use PromQL? I think it does for building the dashboards and whatnot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun, man. That doesn't sound fun. But good, but it's, you know, it's fun to be competent, like the Primogen says, right? It's much better to live, much better to be competent in something, even if it is like not fun or not nice to work with. I'd much rather feel good about it. Let's see. I once again tripped over the solution using a stack. However, chat morally supported me the whole time. Format selection with prettier, and I think we're good, man. I think we're good to go. Our front end was once Grafana based. Oh, nice. So you guys use PromQL in your product. That's pretty cool. I haven't heard of that before, but very cool. Let's do git add git commit push, and then we'll do ghpr create. And then we'll merge it. All right, we did it. We did it, folks. And it only took us 35 more minutes than we're normally live for. That was fun. That was a fun one, but it was actually very difficult. Because I felt like for a while there, I was just staring at the screen. Oh, crap. I forgot about all this. Whoopsies. Those shouldn't be commented out. Let's also make this a 64. And then that way we don't have to cast down here. We're going to just push directly to main. Fix uncomment test cases. There we go. Grafana is not open source anymore, I believe. I don't know how that went since I just joined. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with that stack. I mean, for most observability things, I've always used Seek for my personal projects, but I know at work we've been trying to get a little bit more sophisticated with our observability stack. I haven't really had to touch it though much, other than just sitting and listening to people talk about it and present kind of the dashboards and the queries they built in it. I think that's it for Advent of Code today. I mean, it's still the weekend. I haven't heard anybody up yet, so we can keep going. I think the thing that we were going to work on outside of Advent of Code was going to be what were we calling it? The Grounds for Support website, which I've already gotten plenty of grounds for support today in this stream. I had 2 new members and two $10 super chats. This was a crazy stream, unbelievable stream. This is what we were gonna work on. So I have a little bit of research to do on the Stripe side because you guys recommended, or Pablo and somebody else. There was Pablo and somebody else recommended me to go and watch this T3.gg video, Theo video about the best way to do Stripe. So I still have to do that research, but I think we could probably get like our project set up, get like a basic CI/CD pipeline set up, all that good stuff. And that way we can just kind of iterate and add features as we go. So I feel like that's probably a good use of time this morning until the rest of the family wakes up. Our product is like on the high tier of observability tools. Oh, that's very cool. Dude, that's awesome that you're working in that space. Did you want to work in that space, or was this just something you kind of happened into? Pablo, he rants about Stripe for like a half hour. Well, I don't mind. I don't mind listening to him rant, but if he can help me better understand Stripe as somebody who's implemented a bunch, I'm happy to listen to a rant. I'm not a big, I think you know that, Pablo. I'm not a big Theo fan myself. He kind of makes me always feel stupid. But I'm happy to take knowledge from anyone, honestly. Pablo, it happened, and now it's cool. Well, that's good. Good, man. Well, by the way, congratulations. I hope your first week went well. I hope all the onboarding is going okay. Very challenging work. Well, hey, I mean, I guess you're going to learn and grow a lot, right? Hopefully they don't work you too much, though. Okay, so we're going to switch over. And I always wonder, when I switch the topic of the stream, should I switch the title? I don't feel like I should, because I would much rather what we worked on the most kind of be the bulk of or be named by the title. He knows his stuff around Stripe for building firsthand. Well, then you are my sensei. You know what I mean? Like, I'll happily listen to the experienced person. I have no issue standing on the shoulder of giants. All right, I have a decision to make about this site. I want to work with it in C#. I want to do the back end in C#. Because I'm probably going to work with the Stripe SDK in the .NET SDK. Let's make a directory called grounds for support.stephenfriedmore.com. It's a little bit of a lengthy domain name. I don't care. And so the back end's going to be .NET. The front end, though, I would like to work with in TypeScript, but I've never actually done a .NET project that had a vanilla TypeScript front end. that gets compiled into basically a vanilla TypeScript project that gets transpiled and then served from a minimal API. I've never done that before, so this is going to be again, this is kind of another new thing. So, but we're going to learn, because I basically want to be able to deploy my thing as like a monolithic app. Essentially, I want to deploy it as a single container, but I want it to be essentially a .NET API with a vanilla front end. That's essentially what I'm going for. I mean, honestly, the front end could be written in a framework. It's just, if it's just going to be built and served, it could really be written in a framework. Let's see. So we have our license.md file. Let's get a README set up real quick. Let's do .NET new editor config. Do .NET new git ignore. These templates are really good. If you're a C# person or a .NET person, these two templates are really, really good. Save you a ton of time. And then we'll make our solution at the root. So we'll say .NET new or .NET SLN. And we'll name this, I guess, grounds for support will be the solution. Yeah. You may benefit from a framework or just Vite plus yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe like a Vite plus React or Vite plus Vue, just like a simple Vite app, and then we'll just build it to static files. It's all SPA, and we'll just serve it from the .NET backend. You'll have tons of JavaScript if you're doing Stripe. Okay, well, there you go. That probably then makes sense to do it in some sort of a framework. Man, I haven't written React in a long time. I don't even know what's going on in that world. I haven't written in React in a year and a half, maybe. I'm kind of a Vue guy now. We could take this as an opportunity to learn a new framework, couldn't we? Doesn't Vite have a svelte? I probably shouldn't mix things. I'm already learning how to do the Stripe thing. I probably shouldn't mix other things that I don't know about. But I'm pretty sure Vite has a svelte. Don't they? Oh yeah, they have solid too. I haven't done that. Oh, they have lit, which is like web component. That might be kind of fun. I do kind of want web components to become a thing, if I'm being honest. Manish, hey Stefan, can I build cross-platform desktop application in .NET ecosystem easily? I don't know if easily is the right word, but I've heard that .NET MAUI is pretty good. That's what people use to do that kind of work in .NET. They use .NET MAUI. It used to be Xamarin, and now it's .NET MAUI. So this will allow you to write basically a single code base, and then you can publish or build it for native mobile and native desktops. But you can have kind of a single source, a single code base. So if you're looking to do something like that, I would look at .NET MAUI. And then if you never worked with .NET MAUI before, which I haven't either, I just started a small little file explorer project. Well, file explorer is a bad word. I'm trying to build a file explorer for the company I work for's API so that people can basically see all the files that they have stored in this software that I help support. But I don't know how to work with .NET MAUI. So the guy that I've been watching a lot of the tutorials of is... damn it. If you hadn't asked me this, I would remember his name. He works for Microsoft. He's a developer. MAUI tutorial. James Montenegro. Sorry, James Montemagno. James Montemagno. This guy. I think he either used to work on the Xamarin team or something. He has some connection to that Xamarin Maui ecosystem, but he has a ton of good videos on just Maui in general. So that might be worth your time. Like here's one right here. This is 3 years old, but oh, here's an even newer one. This is 10 months. So starting .NET Maui development 2025, everything you need to know. Here, I'll share that in the chat. I'm sure there's like, I know Pablo has recommended me to try React Native, which I haven't. But if you're in the .NET ecosystem, this would be, Maui would be your thing. Solid is very good, but hard to leave the React mindset. Nah, let web components die. Are you serious? You don't like web components? Okay, hold on. We're gonna pull this. I know there's only 14 people here, but we're gonna pull this. Web components. I want web components to be a thing. Fuck them, or fuck with them. Expo is very cool for. Oh yeah, that was the framework Pablo asked about. Was yeah, React is bloat for desktop applications. I honestly don't know. I just haven't done anything with desktop or any kind of. I mean, I would argue if you're doing any cross-platform development that comes from a single code base, there's probably bloat in there. Like if you really wanted a really lean, mean native app, you probably should build it natively. But that, I mean, that's just my. I'm speaking out of my ass because I've never done mobile or native development before. Maybe I'll take a side quest down that route at some point. But I would love. I'm sorry, but like I would love web components to be a thing. I just love this idea of author once, use everywhere, regardless of whatever the latest framework is. However, every time I use web components, I think I hate this. I never want to do this again. So the tooling is just not there for it. It's not. And the API, the API that exists for web components currently is really bad. Which is why people use this is why people use lit, because you can write web components like this in lit, which is not at all how it looks if you're using something like the raw browser API. It's much more messy. Much more messy. Pablo, it's good for library but sucks for a framework. I totally get that. Totally get that. Yeah. Okay, so I'm half tempted to just use what I know, so that I can just focus on the Stripe piece. So I guess I'll do Vite. But how should this be structured? This project should be structured that we have a source, definitely that. We're definitely going to have tests. However, our client needs to when you build a Vite app, can you control where the files are built to? Let's see. If I have a Vite app, can I publish the built files to a can I publish the built files to a folder, to a sibling folder of where the Vite root is located? I've never done this before, so I don't really know what the right structure of this should be, but this is what I'm thinking. I'm going to have I'm thinking I'm going to have the API project here. And then I'm thinking I'm going to have the client project here. But the built client files need to end up in the API, because the API is going to serve the client from its web root. So you can configure the output directory in your v.config.js or ts file using the build output dir. You would simply need to provide a relative path that goes up one level. This is how you set it up. Oh, that's super easy. Yeah, so this would basically be, this is my Vite app, and then my dist, or where I'm going to put all my JS artifacts, is going to be in my API www-root / yeah, just www-root is essentially. Okay, I think that'll work. Let's try to get like a POC working. Tired of, what are we building today? I just saw somebody said fuck React. Dude, why hate on React so bad? There's nothing wrong with React. So tired of, we're basically going to build like a buy me a coffee site. That's basically what we're working on. If you're familiar with that, like websites like Coffee. There's one that's called Ko-fi, I think. And then there's another one that's literally called Buy Me a Coffee. Yeah, so we're gonna build my own version of that, and the primary reason for it is so that I can learn how to integrate with Stripe. Not that I expect anybody to ever buy me a coffee. It's just it seems like an application that I could use as somebody who creates content and makes the code that I write freely available. It seems like, hey, I could sign up for a buy me a coffee site, but I could also build one myself, and through that get the learnings of how to accept payments from people on the internet in my own application. So and I've never done that before. So we're looking for excuses to learn, you know? That's what we're doing here. Trying to get better. Grounds for support dot. Even games use JS or React or some combination of web tech for the UIs because there's nothing better. PS5 menu is written in React Native. I had no idea. Yeah. I mean, I think the performance argument on some of that stuff, like I was listening to, I think the performance argument on some of that stuff is kind of like overblown for 2025. I mean, in 2025, compute and memory is honestly so cheap and so freely available that you just don't really have to worry about the same constraints that you probably had to worry about 20 years ago, or even 10 years ago, right? Sean Hanselman had a pod episode of his podcast recently where he was talking to a guy. No, sorry, not Sean Hanselman. Scott Hanselman was talking to a guy named, what was his name? See if I can find it. Well, that wasn't a month ago, was it? Oh yeah, it was. This guy, Johnny Marler. So this guy builds a native desktop application for screen sharing, developer screen sharing. It's a company called Tuple. Screen share. But one of the things they kept going on and on about in that podcast was the fact that like a lot of current desktop applications or native applications are so large, like, you know, they're many megabytes or gigabytes in size. And they were kind of lamenting that, you know, and I get it. Could people be more mindful of memory and performance? Yes. But I just think in a lot of cases, getting working usable software into the hands of users is honestly more important oftentimes than optimizing for performance and memory when processing speed and memory are so freely available nowadays, which you could argue, well, that's the enshittification of software development, but I think that's just the way of the world. So like I would agree with Pablo. It's like most people just use web technologies to build this stuff because it's easy, and you can use those same technologies to build your web front end, and yeah, saves you time and effort. Pablo, it's bullshit. I love all the spiciness in chat today. We've got people cursing React. We've got people shitting on web technology for native desktop application development. We're getting spicy. All right, let's go to source. And so in here, we're going to have one project, or one .NET project, that is our .NET New Web API. This will be out, and we'll put this in grounds for support .api. I know, right? Classic. And then we'll go over here. We'll do .NET New XUnit 3 tests, and we'll do grounds for support .api .tests. Oh, there's new template. Oh, it should be at. The following template packages will be installed. I'm already using them apparently, huh? Then we'll say .NET add reference, and we're adding a reference from the tests to the source. Oh, yeah. The DOM in rendering in web browsers is crazy. You can render thousands of nodes with very complex layouts with little code written by the devs. You can iterate so quickly. Most VDOM libraries are almost as fast as direct DOM manipulation. Yeah, I think the case for developer experience and iteration speed, I think that's all very important in my opinion. You know, I get it. I think in performance and memory are important too. I think both things can be true at the same time. You know, like you can care about those things and also and you know what I mean. You can care about those things and understand that the trade-off you're making and decide that it's a worthy trade-off, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You know, this is gonna be .NET 10. Make sure this is .NET 10. We don't need this guy. I never use that thing. .NET 10. We don't need this guy. Just clean these up. I don't think I really need the open API, but we'll keep that around just in case. We definitely don't need this. We definitely don't need this. And then we need to also set up our editor config settings, which we'll do next. This is the fun part of setting up a new project. So you back to C# stack, at least for my own projects. I'm using Go for admin of code, which has been fun. Like I like Go, I like writing Go, but I don't like it as much as I like building in the C# and .NET stack, particularly for backend development. I still, You know, if you ask me to build you an API, I'm going to do it in .NET, probably. I just think I'm either going to do it in .NET or I'm going to do it in Hano.js, one of the two. I think those two libraries for building web APIs is just like chef's kiss. It's so good. The support for validation, the support for doing server send events, just like they have just all these built-in things that just make it easy to build, you know. And then they have lots of customizability and flexibility so that whenever you want to break out of the easy path, you can. So yeah, I'm kind of back to C# land. Let's see, .NET add test. And then we want to add a reference to source. There we go. And then we'll do .NET SLN. Add the source projects. And then we'll do .NET SLN add tests. We'll build this just to make sure everything is happy. Okay, so now the other piece that I want to do with this is like, whenever I build the .NET app or the .NET solution, I also want to build the client. So that's the other thing I want to do. So let's go ahead and set up the Vite app. So we're gonna put the Vite app in a folder right next to the API. So we're gonna call this grounds, or actually we should probably run the Vite thing. Right? So npm create Vite latest, I think is what we want. And I think I'm just gonna use, I don't know. I mean, there's nothing wrong with vanilla, honestly. Oh, I haven't used React in a while. Let's do React. React TypeScript. See what's going on in their world. Yeah, and you can scale servers as much as you want. The dashboards I'm building are crazy complex. Some of it uses Canvas to render because there's just so much going on, but the fact you can do stuff like that with the web is crazy. So you guys are actually doing, I'm guessing because it's a dashboard, you guys are rendering like graphics and you're rendering them on a canvas. That's crazy. That's math, man. You're having to do math to figure out how to draw things on a canvas. You'll always have people that think web is slow, web bad, web shitty without offering a compelling solution. Yes, there will always be web haters, for sure. Hey, what's up, Sam? How are you? That's my nephew, King Samon is my nephew. How you doing, man? Nothing much here. We're just we're tinkering our way on some stuff, some nerd stuff. Good to see you, buddy. I hear you're coming back soon too, so I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Yeah, there's a lot of math on my day-to-day. Yeah, see, yeah, whenever somebody says I'm using an HTML5 canvas, I'm like, okay, you've entered the math world of programming. You gotta do all the pixel calculations. I don't want to run this here. I actually probably want to run this. I probably want to run this in the source directory, don't I? Ali, thanks for subbing. I appreciate that. Very kind. Douglas, super kind of you to sub. Appreciate you, sir. Oh, I hear footsteps upstairs. So we're going to do grounds for support .client. Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't really matter. I'm not going to publish this package. Let's see. We're going to do React, and we are going to do... Okay, which one's the preferred one now? Is it TypeScript with SWC, or is the preferred one TypeScript with the compiler? Somebody probably knows. I don't think I need React Router. This is just going to be a single page application. I don't think I need all that. I want one of these. React compiler is the one is where they like optimize your code for you. Like if you fuck up, React compiler. Yeah, so it's like if you fuck up and use memo, don't use memo. They'll fix that for you. Plain old React. I'm gonna do the React compiler. I've never used it before. Use roll down v. Sure. Let's do experimental stuff. This is roll up rebuilt with Rust, right? Roll down. Install with npm and start. Sure. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. Yeah. Roll down. All these JavaScript guys and their clever names, right? It's like Dino. You know, Dino is let's see, do this build. See if it loads. Man, there we go. Okay. We got our React app up. Okay. So now the question is what we want to have happen is when we're building our .NET application, we want to build, let's see, is this the v config? Yeah. So hey, let's use you guys want to use the Copilot CLI? I bet the Copilot CLI can help us do this. Copilot, do I have it? Oh, I don't have it installed. Let's install it with Winget. They actually just published the Copilot on Winget. Copilot CLI. I just want their repo. Copilot repo. No, this is not what I want. CLI. My Google foo skills are failing me. Here we go. Why is this so hard for me to find the Copilot repository? Copilot repository on GitHub. There we go. Okay, this is what I was looking for. Jesus. Yeah, Winget. There you go. See, they just did this. You used to have to always use npm, but now you can use Winget. So let's run this in an elevated terminal. You may need routes for Stripe callbacks, or at least a way to parse query params. Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. So do you think I should go back and set it up with React Router? I don't know. I don't think, but I'm going to do that all in the back end, aren't I? Aren't the callbacks going to go back to my API endpoints? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll leave it like that. If we need to add it, we can always add it. It's not a big deal. I want to see if Copilot can help me figure out how to update the v config though. Oh, some of it is front end? Okay. Well, Okay, we've got Copilot there now. Wonderful. Now let's see if Copilot can do all the magical agentic coding that everyone claims it does. Let's see. Okay. Model. What models can I use? 4.5, Haiku. Let's do Gemini 3 Pro. All right, what do we want to accomplish here? So let's try to be a good agentic, a good AI-driven developer. So let's be clear with it. You'll see in this repository that I'm building an application with a .NET API as the backend and a Vite React app as the front end. However, when I deploy this application, the .NET API will actually serve the Vite app. I'd like to update the Vite config so that when the project is built to static files, all those artifacts land in the .NET API's www root directory. Please update the Vite config to facilitate this. All right, you think it's going to one-shot? Is my prompt good enough? Did I tickle the LLM just right? Can you make Copilot plan? I think so. I think there's different modes. Let's see. Let me see. Agent. I don't actually know. Hold on, what's going on? Yes, approve. Okay, so what's it trying to do? It's trying to edit files. Do you want to... Okay, so this looks like what Gemini said to do. Didn't it? Like if we look back at our conversation with Gemini. This isn't the right one. It's this one. Yeah. So that's basically, yeah. So basically this, both AI, well, it's the same LLM. This is Gemini Pro, and the Copilot model I switched to is Gemini Pro. So it should give pretty much the same answer. Okay, yeah, go ahead and do it. I wonder if it'll actually run it and try to verify it. Let's see. Install dependencies and build the project. Sure, that's fine. It's my little Copilot. Good morning, Allie the AI. You're back. Yeah, appreciate you becoming a member. It's very kind. Remove the www root directory created during verification. That's fine. You can do that. I don't know why you want to do that, but that's fine. Okay, cool. Well, thank you very much. Let's see if it works. So then what? So, okay, so let's... Okay, so now we need to update the API so that it builds the client. Yeah. Which is kind of odd, but yeah. So we'll build the... So every time we build the API, it should build the client. And I think we'll have to use a target to do this. So we'll do target that. And I wonder if Copilot can do it here. Nope, I don't want app settings. I want to do something after, not post build. .NET pre-build target. Before target, yeah. So we'll create a target like this. And instead of my pre-build target, we'll call this build client, like that. And now what we need to do is we need to see if we can, let's see, .NET custom target run command in specific directory. I wonder if this really works. Let's see if this really works. It'll be npm run build, or is it just npm build? npm build, npm run build. Got it. npm run build. And it's not actually a subfolder, so we actually have to go. We have to actually go up a directory, and then we have to go to grounds for support .client. Okay, so now let's see if that works. So we'll cd up, and we'll cd into grounds for support client. We'll do .NET build, and we'll see what happens. Specify a project, or oh whoops, I'm in the wrong folder. .NET build. So it's building the client, and I think it worked. Yeah, it worked. Awesome. Okay, so now we just need to serve. We just need to serve from the root, and I think the way we do that is we just have to add a couple. We have to say add app use static files, I think, and then we have to say, hey Ryan. Thanks for subbing, Ryan. Ryan and I work together. And then we're gonna do app.use, I think default files is what we want. That'll make it serve the index.html page whenever we hit it, I believe. So if we do .NET build again, we should be able to run this. So we should be able to do .NET run source, not source blog, just run this directory. Okay, and then I think if we go, sorry, hold on. I want to run this over HTTPS and not HTTP. So we'll do this guy. Arvin, my Firefox crashed and deleted my profile. That sucks, dude. Yeah, Firefox, I mean, I've been using the Zen browser and it's been fine, but it's definitely not as good of a browser as Chrome or Edge. The aesthetics are better, but the browser itself is not as good. No web page was found. Okay. So I think though if I do index.html, yeah, there you go. So this is basically what's going to happen. However, I shouldn't have to do that. It should just serve the index by default. I must have those in the wrong order. Minimal APIs are it's basically like a pipeline. It's basically really, if you're familiar with Express, you're just basically wiring up a bunch of middleware when you call those use methods. So you have to call them in the right order. Or yep, there you go. Okay, so this is what I want. So this page will essentially be my form for people to submit amounts on or payments on, and then but it will be hosted inside the same. The SPA will be served from the same backend that'll handle all the backend processing and logic and whatnot. That'll make deploying this much simpler. It'll deploy as a single container essentially, instead of, you know, having to deploy a separate front end, a separate back end, have the two talk to each other. So it'll be a lot simpler. But we still get the benefits of a SPA, of like a framework, without too much complexity. You know, one thing, Vite didn't ask me if I wanted to use Vitess. It didn't ask me if I wanted to use Prettier. It didn't ask me, does Vite normally do that? I feel like Vite in the past has asked me to set those things up. I guess I have to set those things up myself. Vite, set up Prettier, and ESLint. Dude, ESLint version 9 is such a pain in the ass to set up. Okay, I guess I have to do that separately. There, yeah, ESLint 9, version 9 plus, such a pain to use. Well, this is exciting. So we made our initial start here. It's not quite where I want it to be. I want to set up my tests with Vitess for the front end. I'd probably also like some end-to-end tests. And so there's still some additional setup we need to do. However, it's 8 o'clock and I hear my family moving around upstairs. So I'm going to go see those guys and hang out with those peoples. I think we're going to go see a movie today. We're going to go see the new Zootopia movie, I think, if everybody stays in the mood for it. Grounds for support. This is very much under construction. Under construction. This is a simple application I built to help me better understand how to integrate Stripe into Stripe so that I can accept payments from people over the interwebs. Okay. Cool. Well, guys, I appreciate y'all sticking with me. It's very kind of you. I'll see my fuck that bullshit of a Arvin, man, you're crashing out, dude. You're still on live. What a legend. Yeah, I'm wrapping up. I solved advent of code, and then we tinkered with getting the initial kind of structure of this set up, but I still have a little bit to go. I'm not going to do the initial commit because I'd like to set up my tests. Yeah, I'd like to set up my tests. Oh, the other thing I think I need to do is I need to change. I think when I build the client, I think I actually want to do. Maybe I think I also want to do installing client deps. And I probably want to do npm install client deps. But I want this to happen pre-build. So let's see if that works. .NET. We should be able to just run it from the root. I didn't see an npm install happen. Did y'all? Oh, that's because the message. I didn't change. Did I change the message? That must not be a target. That must not be a valid .NET before target. .NET pre-build target. Build, clean, rebuild, publish, pack. Before publish. I bet Gemini probably can help me more than those docs can. Arvin, thanks for streaming. Of course, man. Yeah, of course. I just, you know, I'm having fun with it. And it goes back to that thing of like, this is what I would be doing normally anyways. I just turned the camera on, right? So I just thought it'd be fun to hang out with other people while I work on this stuff. In .NET, in my csproj file, how can I perform a custom command prior to building? I know there's some sort of target that I can tap into. I'm just not sure what it is. Attribute set to build. Okay, so I guess I'm using the right thing. Yeah. So if I set this to build, do these run in order? I don't know if they're guaranteed to run in the right order. I think I could run the same command, but there we go. Install client deps, build client, boom. Awesome. That's what we want. That's what we want. Look at us. We're doing things. We just have to remember that anything we put over there is going to get built to the dist. Okay. I have some project. Oh, look. ESLint's already set up. That's nice. Is prettier set up? I don't see prettier. Yeah, I don't see prettier, so I'll have to set that up myself. Anywho. Alright, guys. I'm going to run upstairs and hang out with the fam. Two-man army. Yeah, man, I appreciate streaming it, but more Python, please, for me. Dude, I'm just not a Python guy. I avoid it like the plague, man. I do. I avoid it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Volknik, hello. Is there any motivational speech here? I don't get my ass up today to get my things done. No, I don't have anything motivational to say other than get your ass up and get your shit done. That's it. That's my motivational speech. All right, y'all. I'm gonna do my normal wrap up. So if you want to interact with me or chat outside of stream, the best place to find us is in our Discord, and it is our Discord. Very, very much me and chat's Discord because they're the ones that asked for it. And then if you want to come back, like if you're like, hey, I kind of fuck with this guy, I want to come back and hang out in his streams, you can do schedule, and I just dropped that in the chat. But normally I'm live from 4:15 a.m. in the morning to about 7 a.m. and this is Central Standard Time. So if you're in the US, it is kind of early, but if you're up and you're getting around for the day and you got your cup of coffee, obviously come hang out, even if it's for 5 minutes, even if it's just say hello, please stop by. As far as content goes for the stream, this is going to be kind of where we're taking things. We're going to be doing Advent of Code to start the stream. If that takes us the entire stream, so be it. If not, we'll finish Advent of Code, then we'll switch over to a project of some sort. I have too many to work on at the moment, so we're going to try to knock those down as we go. If it's Saturday for you, I hope you have a lovely Saturday. If you're time traveling and it's already Sunday for you, I hope you have a wonderful Sunday. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow morning. If not, I'll see you in the comments of a short or a long form video. And I'll talk to you guys later. All right, chat. Bye, Volk. Bye, Minnie. Bye, Two Man Army. Bye, Arvin. Pablo, if you're still here, see you. Ali the AI, if you're still here, see you. Bye, guys. Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great day. Bye, guys. Bye. Bye, chat.